Hello, hello. Welcome to the sprints. By this time, I think we can say that these are regular Thursday sprints, Thursday evening in Europe time sprints, which is amazing because if you told me a year ago that I would be doing regular weekly sprints, probably wouldn't have believed you. So, yeah. I think we can call them regular by this point. And yeah, I just came home from work and managed to shower really quickly because I felt gross. So now I feel much better. But yeah, let me know, how are you doing this fine Thursday evening or late afternoon? What are you up to tonight? What is on your to-do list or to-read list? And yeah, hello, Kitty. How are you? Yeah, I'm quite okay, I guess. Today at work started quite sleepy, but then it got a bit action-packed, so I actually did things, and I actually quite enjoyed doing them. And yeah, but I was able to leave at a normal time. So yeah, ready to do some things tonight, to-do list things, and then also read. How are you? Hello, Barbara. How is it going? Yeah, really happy that it's Thursday evening. Yeah, so far I'm good, but like during the week I was getting some cold symptoms, but yeah, I'm good for now. But I think this is the tricky period when it's like 0 degrees Celsius in the morning, and then by the time I'm returning home from work, it is like 13 to 15 degrees. So it's a bit of a jump, and yeah. But I'm feeling like I'm slowly waking up from the winter hibernation, because like especially in February I was in hibernation and I barely went anywhere outside of work. So yeah, maybe it is maybe slowly I will be ready to like start setting some goals, because I didn't really do that much like at the beginning of the year because I just didn't feel like my body was ready. So like I've been doing some things like from the beginning of the year, but more like not stuff that required going outside. So I feel like I might start thinking about goals that are related to movement, because I really need to get on that. And yeah, going outside, maybe some social fun events. Imagine that. Hello, Lila. How are you doing? What are you up to? I'm working. Oh no, I'm sorry, but yeah, hopefully it will be bearable and you will get through it quickly and we will distract you while you're working. I just prepared the first step of my dinner. I will make some pastry rolls with mushrooms. The fact that like it has multiple steps sounds a bit overwhelming, but sounds great. So hope it will go well. Action-packed. Tell us more if you can. Oh, well, what can I say? No, well, I mean, to begin with, I don't want to be like grim, but yeah, to begin with, if you remember the story I was telling last week about like the guy who got ended by policemen, it happened again. Like I read it on news and it was like such a similar story. I thought it was the same story, but no, like this was in different neighborhood and like kind of a similar situation that they were called like to a fight between two guys, and when they entered the flat, one of them was injured and they just shot the other one. So yeah, it's kind of crazy what's happening here within like 2 weeks. But yeah, at work it was just dealing with some user errors, and we were fixing it. So yeah, it was quite fun actually. And yeah, we had some meetings and a lot of talking. Pretty standard things. I hope to read a bit, but not sure what, and still lots to do. Yeah, kind of similar. I also need to do some things before I can start reading. and I also have several options. Are you in the middle of some books, or will you be picking a new one? Hello, Larissa. I'm doing some chores while listening to Towers of Midnight. Is that... Wait, I don't want to say something silly, so I will look it up. Okay, Towers of Midnight by Brandon Sanderson and Robert Jordan. Because it kind of sounded like a part of a Throne of Glass series, but I felt like it was wrong. And it was. So yeah, how are you enjoying it? The first step is roasting mushrooms and onions and garlic. Let it cool down. Second step is let it cool down. Let it cool down. Second step is take pre-made pastry dough, put sour cream and mushrooms on top, roll it, bake it. Yeah, sounds a bit involved. Like it sounds like the kind of thing that I don't do, because like whenever there's like dough and like working with dough, also it gets complicated when it's gluten free, and yeah, that's just beyond my skill. So yeah, I'm a bit impressed. I'm in the middle of lots of books. That's the problem. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Like it doesn't happen to me that often, but yeah, right now I'm in the middle of 2 books, and I was thinking that like in the first sprint, like maybe I could start an audiobook, but there will be a 3rd book, and it would be a different format and different genre from the other ones, which sounds like it should be fine. But yeah, I'm still not sure, because like I usually like to read 1 book or maximum 2 books at once. So yeah, I feel like I can just get confused and confuse the character, like especially like their backstory, like something that was only mentioned maybe once, or like some character traits, or like plot points, or like random details. Yeah. I kind of want to be able to like retain everything, because sometimes you miss a little detail and then something doesn't make sense and you have to go back. That's crazy. What neighborhoods were they? Well, the first one was in Nusle, and the second one was in Vršovice. So yeah. I guess you know all of the neighborhoods because you lived here. I just started, so I can't say for certain. Time will tell. Yeah. Well, let us know how it goes. My diet is the opposite of gluten-free. Yeah. I mean, there's always the question of like how much like gluten, gluten-free substitutes of normal of gluten stuff people are eating if they can't eat gluten. I eat desserts all of the time. I don't eat bread like as much as I used to when I could eat gluten. I still eat pasta all of the time. But yeah, baking is just a little bit tricky. So both very much in the center of the city. Yeah, the broader center. But yeah, so weird. Like I thought that was the same story, but like no. So yeah, it's a bit weird. But like in neither case, the people were like, a threat to the people. Like in the first case, like I don't think he was like threatening people. Yeah, and in the second case, it was like some private fight, kind of private matter. So I'm not like super freaked out by that, but yeah, it's weird. Okay, before we go into the sprint, I might just quickly write like a to-do list, because yeah, I feel a little bit scatterbrained still, like running home from work. So for the first sprint, and then for like the whole evening, first order of business is definitely to eat dinner. So yeah, I have some leftovers. So that should be quite painless. I want to reply to some messages I have. So like to friends or like some emails. Also, I have a dilemma about my Spanish lessons. So for the past almost a year, I've been having weekly private lessons with my teacher, and we did an hour, and it's just a really long, like yeah, it's an hour without a break. Which like she said we could take a break, but still, it's quite long for me to focus, and also like it's happening like during my lunch break on a work day, so then it gets quite like rushed because like technically I have an hour long lunch break, but when it's like all taken by the lesson, then I kind of have to eat quickly before that or after that. So I'm thinking of shortening the lessons, and she's offering 30-minute or 45-minute, and now I have a dilemma which one to take. I was thinking maybe I could do just the 30-minute and hope that it would motivate me to like study more on my own, because like a lot of the exercises we do in class I could do on my own, and then maybe we could use the 30 minutes to just do more conversations and stuff like that. But yeah, 45-minute could also work, but yeah, I'm leaning towards 30 to just have a bit less on my plate, and like yeah, to make the lunch break less hectic. So I have to decide about that. Then probably tidy a bit, because yeah, I haven't managed that yet today. So tidy. Then I think yeah, I am reading. I think I'm still reading the same 2 books I read last week. Is that possible? Maybe. So yeah, I'm still reading The Unhoneymooners by Christina Lore, but I only have like 90 pages to go. Like this book is long. Like this is 400 pages. So yeah, I'm on page 305. So maybe I could finish it tonight. And then I'm also still reading Bride, but I haven't really made progress in this, I don't think, because yeah, I want to vlog it, like do an intense vlog. So I did an intro for that vlog, but yeah, I kind of want to vlog it like during a day, so maybe tomorrow or during the weekend. What else? Well, I was thinking that maybe I could do yoga, but the problem is that I would have to vacuum first, because like yeah, the floor is in the vacuum, so I don't want to put like the mat in the dust. So that would have like multiple steps. I really hate that, but like I want to do something and I have to do something else first. Like let's say like when the dishes are dirty and you want to cook, and then like you have to do the dishes first and then you cannot cook. So yeah, we will see about that. But these 4 things I would say are the priorities probably. So yeah, I have at least some like sketch of schedule for tonight to not forget anything. Maybe they were threatening the police guys. Yeah, I think so. They probably felt threatened. So yeah, I'll try to read some Happiness Falls in the first sprint, because after dinner I might get that new Sims 4 pack. We'll see. Oh yeah, I saw that. I've never played Sims. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, I think that in theory I would probably enjoy it. But yeah, I used to play a lot of games like when I was a kid and teenager, but then I completely fell off that bandwagon. So I don't have anything like. Well, technically I have a gaming laptop, but it's also getting really old, so I don't know if it would be able to like handle some of the newer games. And I've never had any of the like, I don't know, PlayStation or whatever. But yeah, sounds like fun. I think you can do really cool stuff there, right? Live your parallel dream lives. So yeah, crazy. Yeah. The adulthood is a struggle for real, right? Yeah, it really is. But okay, let's jump into the first sprint. I will eat uh, first. That's a priority. And yeah, I hope you have fun with whatever you will be doing. And I will talk to you in 15. All right. Hello, hello. How was your sprint? How did you do? So yeah, I had dinner, and luckily I had some leftovers, which are actually like the same thing that I ate for lunch, but it's okay because I'm low-key obsessed with the meal. I think it's like the same thing that I've already shared one time. So it's the loaded sweet potato fries with black beans and vegan cheese and avocado. I didn't have any avocado for the third portion, but it was fine. So yeah, I ate that, and then I started watching Books in my last video on the romance, like sentient object romance, and I was thinking how weird that was. But then I realized that I actually kind of wrote a bachelor thesis on a similar topic. Yeah, I basically mostly wrote it about a novel about a woman who was in love with the factory. So turns out it's not that far like from my experience and what I actually learned a lot about. So yeah, but only watched a bit of that because it is an amazingly long vlog. And then I went and I tidied a little bit. So emptied the dishwasher, refilled the dishwasher, and yeah, did some tidying up around. And then I answered some of the messages. So yeah, some of messages, comments. So still have some of that to finish in the next sprint. But yeah, how did you do? We'll see whether I can run that cat cafe. I mean, that would be super cool. I read 17 pages, put the food in the oven, and will hop under the shower now. I missed the next chatty bit, but I'll be back. Nice, nice, nice. Finished the task, going to prepare something to eat now. Very nice. Good job. I did some laundry and listened to my audiobook. It's German, not translated. It's about some difficult topics, and I think I will switch for my mental health. Yeah, definitely do that if you feel like it's affecting you. Yeah, some books are like that. They might be great, but yeah, one has to be in a really good headspace for them. So yeah, good that you're doing. what's good for your mental health? I surface cleaned the living room and bathroom and realized that I didn't put detergent in when putting on the washing machine. Oh no. So it's running again. Currently eating dinner. What's for dinner? But yeah, on the weekend I had like such a string of unfortunate events with the washing machine. But like nothing bad happened. But like, yeah, I was distracted. So first I washed like a jacket with a removable hoodie. And then I put like a load of white stuff. No. Then I put like some normal laundry and like accidentally washed the hoodie again, which like was probably higher temperature than it wanted, but it was fine. But then I was like doing a white load, and then I realized that I accidentally left a black sock there. But yeah, it didn't do much damage. Baked potatoes with ground beef and broccoli. That sounds amazing. Yeah. I love baked potatoes. I know. Broccoli is just so easy to throw in there. So yeah, that all sounds amazing. So yeah, in the next sprint, I still have some of the messages to reply to. Still haven't really decided about the Spanish lessons, but I think I might try a 30-minute lesson next time. And then, because I want to buy a package of 10 lessons, so it's a bit of a commitment. So yeah, I was thinking I could try one 30-minute lesson and see if it feels enough. And if it does, I will then buy the package. And I was also thinking that since I'm going to the German-speaking part of Switzerland, at the end of March, I could like throw in a German lesson there. You know, I mean, I know that Swiss German is a bit different, but like just to brush up on my very, very rusty German. So I think that could be nice. So I'm not that like shocked. Maybe if I do at least one lesson, you know, a refresher. Like I learned German for many years, but I was never able to really converse. I just learned. We just like at school we just learned all of the advanced grammar and some vocabulary. But yeah, I wasn't really good at conversing. So yeah, I could do that. I was thinking of trying the italki platform. Some friends are using that. So if any of you have used that, let me know your experience. But yeah, with German, I wouldn't really be doing that regularly. Just maybe like before trips, could be nice to brush up on those rusty skills. Because yeah, I think it's a bit of a shame that I learned German for so many years, but then I can't actually use it much. Like, yeah, like I can kind of order coffee, maybe. Well, maybe, kind of depends, because like I have to ask like, which plant-based milk do you have? And then, you know, understand what they're telling me. So like sometimes I have to ask clarifying questions. So it would just be nice to do a little refresher. I'm also going to prepare some dinner. Apparently the dish is called tarte flambé in English. Never heard that. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Let's take a look. Tarte flambé. Flammkuchen. Okay, so which is some pastry with cheese and onion and maybe bacon. Wow, that sounds nice. That sounds really nice. You know some German, so I didn't know that. Maybe you know Flammkuchen then. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what that is. Like I would just know that it's a type of kuchen, but I wouldn't know if it's sweet or savory. But yeah, nice to learn that. Never tried. I don't even know how it's pronounced. Italki probably, but I heard a lot about it. Yeah, my friend even like recommended a specific German tutor. So we will see if she has some free capacity. And yeah, also gave me a little, you know, discount code. So yeah, but I haven't looked into it. Maybe I could tonight actually. Yeah, we will see about that. But I think that we can jump into the next sprint. We still have a minute and a half of a break. But yeah, I will reply to some messages. But I have a message that I wanted to discuss with you. So I think we can do that in the next sprint. It's not like horribly exciting, so yeah. Don't blame me if like you end up not interested in it. But yeah, there were like some questions about the booktube community that someone asked me, and so I thought we could maybe discuss that. Because yeah, I don't really know what to say to some of those things. So yeah, it just occurred to me that we could just maybe discuss a little bit. And then maybe I will also read a bit, actually. That would be nice. Because yeah, I don't think I feel like doing any typing or anything like that. And I don't know if I will do yoga tonight, but I definitely not now because I just ate. So yeah, that will be later. Okay, Barbara is a bit intrigued. Okay. So tune into the next chat a bit. Yeah, you will end up so disappointed, maybe. But no, I found that a bit interesting. So yeah. But the cat has meowed, so let's jump into the next sprint, and I will talk to you in 50. All right. How was your sprint? Shit is going down in this book. Oh my god. Okay, so I don't know what I said last time, but yeah, this is an adult contemporary romance, and it's yeah, it's about two sisters, and so our main character's sister is getting married, and then everyone at the wedding gets food poisoning, and everyone except for the main character, who is the sister of the bride, and the brother of the groom. So they are the only ones that stay healthy because they didn't eat the food. And so, since the main couple, like the one that got married, can go on their honeymoon, these two go together. But the problem is they hate each other, and yeah, it's their romance. and, but like the groom, like the brother of our love interest, is so horrible. Like there's just like secrets and shit happening with him, and it's going down now. And it's so dramatic, and like yeah, with the brother of the love interest, and both with the love interest, like I have to take regular cringe breaks, because like oh my god, like how am I supposed to root for their romance? And like at the beginning, they were like mean to each other all of the time, which was okay. Like they were like jokingly mean to each other, like they didn't like each other, or they thought that the other person doesn't like them, and like it was fine. But like the love interest has been shitty, like when they were talking about serious things at least twice to the main character, and like he's just really stubborn and doesn't want to see the truth about something that's happening, like with his brother. It's a whole mess. Oh my god. So yeah, I read a bit. I still have like 70 pages to go, so still a little bit. And I answered some of my messages. I emailed my Spanish teacher, and then I registered on the italki platform. But the German teacher that my friend recommended, seems to be like almost fully booked. She only has like the trial lesson tomorrow, which I don't really want to do it tomorrow. And then she's fully booked for the rest of the month. So I might try someone else instead. So yeah, that was my sprint. I like tea. This might turn out to be fun. Okay, I will return to that in a second once I read the comments. Showered, dinner was successful. Got that Sims back. Yay! Like I will be honored if you just like even glance in the direction of the sprints now that you have Sims. Finished 2 tasks at work. Thinking we'll go walk on my pad now to take a break. Very nice. Yeah, walk it out. I'm still making food. Takes longer than expected. Yeah, it really does sometimes. But yeah. For those of you who weren't there in the last cherry bit, I mentioned that I got an email with some questions about like booktube and stuff. And before I was going to answer, I realized that it's something we could discuss a little bit. So part of it is kind of about, I think, book market in general. So, and part of it is about booktube, and maybe also like specifically for booktube creators. No. So like even if you don't make videos, you can totally have an opinion, I think. So you can also share your opinion if you have one. So yeah, the person asked a couple of questions because like she found out that I am a European booktuber. She kind of got confused and thought that I was from Portugal, but never mind. Just right next to one, almost. I mean, it's half across Europe, but it's fine. So yeah, the first question they asked was, how many of the books you read would you say are by European authors? So let me know what you think, what your stats are. I actually had no idea because that's not really a stat that I do. Like sometime I did like the nationality of the author, but I don't think I even did that last year. So I had no idea, but I thought that it would probably be a lot. So I kind of glanced at my reading stats from last year, and I think that like very roughly, I think about like 2/3 of the books I read last year were probably by American authors. And then I also read like 12 volumes of Death Note, which is Japanese. So, like, I don't know, yeah, like probably like a couple of British ones, but maybe like not actually from any other countries this year. Like, obviously, like some years I do read from other European countries, but yeah. So I think, yeah, very few books I read at least last year were by European authors. So yeah, honestly, it used to be like so much more when I was studying Czech and English. So like I read a whole bunch of Czech books, and I also read a whole bunch of Russian classics in high school. And with the English degree, like maybe like 2/3 of the mandatory reading was British. So I read like a ton of European fiction in my life, but yeah, not lately. I think about 50 might be European. Really, I mean that's a really good way to the banner is still up. Go away. Yeah. I had to read German authors, just not working for me usually, and so most of my European stat is UK, which only half counts, right? Like, yeah. I definitely read some German ones in the past, also like some of the classics, and like I read like a ton of books by Johannes Maria Zimmel and stuff like that. I don't track that. I think 30 to 40, but not clear data. Yeah, exactly. Why does it half count? Well, the British government and part of the people don't even want to be in Europe, so, and they left the European Union. So I think from this perspective, I would say, I would guess. Well, I don't know what Kitty meant specifically, but yeah. Do you think? Well, second question. Do you think books by American authors influence you in a specific way? Is it any different from European books? So this question kind of confuses me. I don't know exactly what they meant by that. I mean, I think I'm very much like influenced by the international book market and booktube to read mostly American authors because they are just most popular, you know, in the bookish spaces. And even like on the Czech market, like the majority of the Czech market is translated fiction. And of course, they are going to translate the things that are most popular in the world. So that's mostly American fiction. And yeah, like obviously, if I read books by American authors, I like learn a lot about the culture and all kinds of stuff. But I don't know if they like influence me in some specific way. Yeah. They are Europe. Yeah, technically still they are. But also kind of culture because some of these books read very similar to American books, depends on the genre. Yeah, sometimes I need to like remember that like, oh, it was said like it mentioned some specific like British places, but yeah, that's probably also because like we're not from there, so there might be like subtle cultural things that would be like, you know, like an American reading a British book is going to like remember it more and be more aware of that. Sometimes I find difficult to find difference between UK and US writing. Okay, let's pause that. Yeah, yeah, I think especially for us non-native speakers, it's not that apparent. I think book trends are heavily influenced, but for me, it doesn't make a difference from where the book itself is. Yeah. Yeah, I think in all countries you can have all kinds of books in all kinds of styles. But I guess it didn't specify that in the question. They just asked about European. My technical brain. Yeah, I mean, I do include the UK in that, and they they probably did as well. I also must admit that I typically like books from African authors a lot more than Europeans. Again, it all depends, but some regions have quite distinct writing styles. Yeah, I definitely need to read more books from African authors. So yeah, that's another thing that like this is supposed to be like questions about like European versus American. So I kind of excludes like all of the other regions, you know. And then the third one is like the most juicy one for me, and it says, "Would you say there is a lack of European booktube, and does it bother you? What do you think?" especially you that who make videos. I do wonder how long this person has been watching booktube. They mentioned that they want to start a booktube channel and are kind of like researching European book culture, booktube, versus American book culture. And yeah, also some of you might not know that, like those of you who are newer, years and years ago, I did an original attack, which was called the International Booktube Attack, which was all about being, well, a non-native speaker of English, a person who doesn't live neither in the States or the UK or Australia or any other country where like English is the main language and you have access to loads of English books. So yeah, it's a tag with a lot of questions, and there was quite a community about that. Back then, I made a playlist with all of the international booktubers who made that tag, who did that tag, who answered the questions. And yeah, lots of people did that tag, and obviously, like most of us here are also like European, and like a lot of my subscription box are European booktubers. So like obviously, like I know a ton of them, but yeah, I know that it can probably, like for someone who's either like newer or who hasn't looked much into it, it might seem that there are many European booktubers. But the question is also like how many bigger European booktubers are there? You know, I don't know that many accounts that are actually relatively big in the booktube world. Like obviously there are a lot of British ones, and then there's also like quite a few big Dutch channels. But yeah, like people with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of subscribers, probably not like a huge amount. But then a lot of them also live in the UK now or something, or is it British authors from immigrant parents? So it's hard to say. The German books I'm interested in are also usually from immigrants. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I definitely haven't read a lot of books by African authors who would still live there. But yeah, I think African authors in general, so definitely need to get on that. Can you read the question again? Yeah, it was, would you say there is a lack of European booktube, and does it bother you? So like, is there enough European booktube, basically. So yeah, so those were the questions I got. So I will summarize my thoughts and reply to them. They actually sent it like almost 2 weeks ago, but when someone is like planning to start a YouTube channel, it usually takes a while, you know. Sometimes it takes a while to take that jump. So I don't think I'm especially late with answering, and I will direct them to the tag, and I hope the playlist is still up. Because like when I took a booktube break in 2020 for a year, I privated all of my videos. So I don't know if I published the playlist again. So yeah, that would be a bit of a trip down the memory lane, actually. No missing European YouTube for me. I'm glad that you probably know a lot of European channels. Well, German booktube is pretty big too. I think I don't really watch it. Yeah, I also don't watch Czech booktube. Like I have one friend who does videos in Czech, but yeah, I for in the past I watched like a couple, but it's not that great. Like for one thing, the people on Czech booktube, a lot of them only read in Czech, so that's like very limited pool of books they're talking about, and also some of the like social justice issues haven't really got here. So like people will be promoting like J.K. Rowling like it's 2018 or something. So yeah, I also don't watch Czech booktube. But yeah, I know that there are other communities like Spanish booktube, obviously also huge. Sorry. Or booktube. I wouldn't say there's like at all. I only know 3 big booktubers from outside Europe. Wow. I'd say maybe 90% of booktubers I follow or am subscribed to are European. Okay, that's more than me because yeah. Well, I've been watching booktube for so long. So like at the beginning, I think I knew like all of the like bigger accounts because much back then the community was much smaller. So like yeah, I got to know loads of American channels, and nowadays I think it's pretty kind of equal. That like the new channels I'm finding are half of them are European, and half of them might be American. But yeah, I definitely am subscribed to a lot of Americans. But yeah, I've talked to a friend about this. She also said that she's British, and she also said that she mostly follows European booktubers or British ones. It's also so confusing with translated titles. Yeah, it really is. Whenever I talk with colleagues about books, I am like, who wrote that? Because then I can usually guess the book. Yeah, I'm so confused about the titles. Like even if it's like completely the same, it just sounds so weird, and sometimes it takes me a long time to actually realize that, oh yeah, that's this like super famous book. Like, you know, even like things like A Court of Thorns and Roses mentioned again, or like I don't know, like super known titles like Serpent and Dove, or even like Fourth Wing. It sounds so weird in Czech. So yeah, I just always have to like do a mental double take, because I'm like, oh yeah, but also like in Czech they butcher the names of the authors, because like in Czech they add ova to all of the female surnames, which is a practice that I actually hate, but that's another discussion. So yeah, so the name isn't even the same on the cover usually. So yeah, all of it is just weird. Yeah. But yeah, with Czech people, like if they're only reading in Czech, it means that they're probably reading something super popular because like it has been translated into Czech, which means it's super popular. So I usually know like what they're talking about at least. But then it gets really tricky, like when someone who only reads in Czech wants me to recommend something, because like I have so many options to recommend them, but like then I have to find out if it was translated, and a lot of it hasn't been. So then it's really annoying. Most of the North American booktube channels I follow are Canadian, not in the US. Yeah, I follow quite a few Canadian ones as well. Oh wow, I didn't know that with the author names. Yeah, we are weird like that, and some people will like defend that to the death. And even like with sports people, sports commentators, they have to do that. And like sometimes it's like super illogical, and it doesn't make any sense linguistically. Sounds horrible, like adding like randomly, like adding ova, because like just because we have ova, like Slavic people, Czech people, they like slap ova like after like Asian names, for example, which like doesn't make any sense, and like they can't even pronounce it. But like, yeah, I remember that like some commentator had like serious problems because he didn't want to do that. But yeah, it's super ridiculous, and I hate it. Oh, I hate that too. Makes no sense to me, right? Makes absolutely zero sense, and it's very backwards. But anyway, that was a little discussion / ranting session. I think we can jump into the next sprint. Okay, in a bit. We have more comments. Especially with East Slavic names, for example, Sharapova, they will add another ova, so they show Sharapova, like, why? Yes, exactly. That's exactly the example, that's another example of when it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, they will like stick to it, like it's like sacred thing. Yeah. I mean, I got confronted with that a lot, like studying linguistics, and there were people and like teachers that were like defending it, and like people in the community. It's like it's just a small example why I kind of fell off with the linguistic community in the Czech Republic, like the translator community and stuff. Like, yeah, some of the people we weren't in agreement on this issue or other issues. What? No. Yeah, it's bad. But okay, now that I got into it, like, have you heard? This is something that like sometimes shocks people. Like in the Czech language, we have these grammar rules that, well, we have a lot of grammar rules. But basically, if you say a verb in the past tense, you can either write I or Y at the end. And the way you decide, so like I is for male nouns. So like if there were men, you write I, and if there were women, you write Y. But listen to this, like if there were 99 women and 1 man, you will still write I, because the 1 man was there. So if there's at least 1 man, it overrules like all of the other women. That's like my favorite like bullshit rule. And in Slovak, I think you only use I for all of the words, right, Barbara? So yeah. Also, like the thing that Czech is gendered, so that like I, well, anyone, like we cannot not choose a gender, like every time you use past tense or conditional tense. Like you have to choose. I mean, non-binary people, or like people who don't want to choose gendered language, are like coming up with new like variants. But yeah, it's not very common yet. But yeah, people are like trying to escape that. But like in the official language, like you cannot escape gendered language. Like, yeah, you have to choose. like every time you open your mouth, basically, because like we are all of the time saying like I was doing that, or I would be doing that, you know. So yeah, bullshit rules. So in Slovakia, they would do it with Russian names, but not with Czech names. Okay. I mean, at least something. That's like Spanish. Oh yeah, wasn't there like the joke that like non-binary is, you say it like, and there's like two versions. Like depends on which gender I want to use. So like, but yeah, I really want more linguistics talk in these lives. Love it. I mean, be careful with that. But yeah, it's also been such a long time that I was in school, so I don't know if I'm like still super qualified, but I do have opinions, and I studied it a long time ago. So, gender is a very, very difficult topic in Germany. It's basically a way to try to be gender neutral with our gendered grammar. Well, yeah, you also have like the the nonsensical like genders for things also, you know. Yeah, like das Fenster, which actually is the same as in Czech, but then you have like computer is masculine, and like bookshelf is feminine, a book is also feminine, and like in German it's das Buch, right? It seems random, but then you have like these things like, well, a washing machine is feminine, and a fridge is feminine, and dryer is also feminine. So like conveniently, like the home appliances are all almost all feminine. But yeah, it's, I mean, it must be a nightmare for foreigners to learn that, and it is a bit of a nightmare for me also when I was learning German and Spanish. Like at least there are only two to choose from. Yeah, for it's always I in the end, but for example, they, we have the same rule only for men and mix only for women. Okay, yeah. Does anyone actually say oni in Slovakia? Like that's another thing. Like, yeah, that's the official version, but I think like in speech we are so used to just saying oni that we would also say that for like a group of all women. So yeah, we are even like in colloquial speech we are even like more conditioned to make it more masculine. I'm unfortunately a Latina, so I love talking grammar. Well, I took like half of semester of Latin, so I didn't last long with Latin. Yes, Kitty, but I think it's different for us because it's not in verbs, but in some nouns, and that is more the problem. Yeah, exactly. Oh yes, we also have different articles for things, but gender. Am I saying it right? It's more about if you speak of letter and as in a male teacher, or letter in as in female teacher, but there are different attempts to make. Yeah, that's the same, definitely. And there are also like some debates about that, because like in Czech, like the male version, the masculine version is usually like the like generic one, that like if you say it, if you say the masculine version, like you're supposed to feel included in that. Like it's supposed to include male teachers and female teachers. But like if someone like uses like the female version as a generic version, there will be like men in the comments like, are you only talking about like female teachers? You know, like if there's like a ad for a teacher. So yeah, like God forbid, like we try to make the feminine version the generic one, because that just doesn't fly with the men. I mean, like even some women are like against that. I think that like it's fair to use it at least from time to time when it was like when male was the standard for centuries, you know. Oh yeah, that was for the previous one. No, no one says only. Okay, that's the same then. Uh, gender. Okay, it's pronounced like gender in English with an N. Okay. The pronouns is where it gets hopeless in German when it comes to gender neutral. Yeah, but yeah, it's probably still more hopeful in German than in Czech, I think. Uh, but yeah, okay, linguistic talk. But we also need to be a bit productive, right? So we will jump into the next sprint, and yes, enjoy whatever you will be doing. And we can come back to it a little bit if you want. And yeah, I will talk to you in 50. All right. How was your sprint? I continued reading The Honeymooners, and I went to read on the couch because it's a bit more comfortable. And the drama in this, there was such an epic scene right now. Like I'm shook, but also people are treating the main character horribly. Her boyfriend was gaslighting her. Her sister was gaslighting her, and yeah, I know that like people use the word lightly, but I think that this was the definition, because like she basically said this person said and did this to me, and they were like, no, he would never do that. Like, what? Like her twin sister was saying that to her, and her boyfriend was saying that to her. Like, so yeah, I'm hating what's happening in this book. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm hating the book, but like I'm hating what's happening, and you're not supposed to hate what's happening in a romance book. Like honestly, I'm having such a crisis with the romance books right now, because like the main characters just get treated like shit, and then the people, like the man usually, just apologizes and it's all good. And I'm just, yeah, I'm just really not feeling like some of these romance books that I read recently, when like stuff happens and then they are like, oh, it's all good, and I'm just like not rooting for the romance anymore. So yeah, romance book crisis, and it's sad because like it's one of my main genres these days. But like, oh my god, yeah, I have like 30 pages to finish. So like obviously when I review it, like there will be hopefully more like coherent thoughts. And yeah, I have no idea how I'm going to rate this like as of now, because like what am I rating? Like am I rating the like how well the book is written, or am I rating the romance, or like am I rating my enjoyment? So yeah, that will be very difficult to decide. But yeah, I definitely didn't expect to feel so conflicted about this one, and I didn't expect this level of drama and shittiness to be happening in this one. So yeah, we will see how that go. But back to you. How was your sprint? I think the most popular attempt here is to write Larerin to have both in one word, but there are many different attempts. No rule because politics. Yeah, that's the same in here in Czech. We also, some people also try to use the asterisk or like slash, or yeah, some other way. But it's all very non-unified and non-official. Yeah. Next print. Yeah, we talked for a while there. I have to call my grandma now. Wish me luck. We can be done before the next chatty bit. Well, I hope the call was nice. Hello, Cleo. Back from a walk with a waffle. The waffle didn't survive the walk, I'm afraid. Well, I hope you mean in the way that you devoured it, and not that like it got, you know, squished or something too badly. It sounds like it was probably a happy ending for you and not the waffle. I watched some YouTube and knitted a bit. Very nice. On page 48 of The Great Derangement. Oh yeah, that's the philosophical writing one, right? How are you faring with it? Are you able to like read it relatively quickly, or is it really slow because of the writing? I finished my walk and rest for a bit. We'll go to shower in the next sprint. Very nice. Yeah, I think I will do another sprint because I kind of want to finish the book and be done with it. Because yeah, yikes. So yeah, enjoy your shower. I ran a little late, but okay. I thought you were running, and so that came out of nowhere. I ran a little late, but finished the phone call. Nice. Also made my sim and sim cat, built my little cafe and started playing with the cat cafe. Oh my god, that sounds so fun. But I totally can't get into Sims. Like, no. No. I don't need more obsessions and low-key addictions. I devoured it. Nice. Yeah, I'm envious. The writing is actually totally not a problem anymore. Okay, that's good to hear. Which book is yikes? I think I missed that. Yeah, The Honeymooners. Not that the book is necessarily horrible, but what's happening is horrible, and my feelings are all over the place. So, yeah, as I said, there will be more balanced, coherent thoughts. I don't want to promise that. Never promising that, but yeah, once I review it, but I'm 30 pages before the end, and it's just it's a lot. It's a lot. Like, I was not warned. It was supposed to be like, two people being mean, two people who kind of don't like each other, being mean to each other, like jokingly, and then they fall in love while on holiday, and that was part of it. But like, there's a situation. Yeah. Sims is dangerous. Yeah, I definitely think so. Yeah, like when I was a kid, I played, yeah, as I said, I played a lot of games, but a lot of them were like the jumping kind of vibes, like in the 90s and noughties, like the very simple games. But like, I was like playing that for hours. I mean, the type like Mario, but like there were a lot of them. But then there was also a kind of building strategic one, which was called Pharaoh, and you were building an Egyptian town, and I really enjoyed that. And yeah, every time I like downloaded it or started playing it, it kind of consumed my life. So I am very, very, very of these kinds of games because I know that it can totally swallow you and consume your life, and I cannot do that. We must resist. Oh, you want to resist? But like you played a lot of Sims in the past, right? I've never played it, so like I think it's much easier for me because I would have to figure everything out and stuff. I also I haven't played Animal Crossing. I haven't played any of these newer games, so I think that's much easier for me to just I kind of stopped when I was I don't know. Well, when I was like older teenager, and then I got into things like Scrabble. So I was like playing online Scrabble and some of the like logical team, like the games that you play like as a pair, with someone else, but like with one other person. But yeah, I haven't played anything for a long while. Yeah, I must not, romanticize the memories and like get some games. Okay, I hope you will be able to breeze through those last pages in the next sprint. Yeah, although like I have to take regular cringe breaks and like drama breaks and like outrage breaks that the people are treating the character like that. So I hope so, but yeah, from the beginning I had to take cringe breaks, but like for various reasons. So there have been many breaks necessary. I got into The Sims in the early 2000s, and it helped me live through some tough stuff. So it's definitely a huge part of my life. Yeah, I can totally understand that. Still tempted to buy Tomb Raider 1 to 3 for my Switch. Yeah, never played that either. And like I've never had a Switch. But yeah, I guess is that like the oh, okay. is that like the type of game like Prince of Persia? That's what I played back then a little bit. Like you walk around and you jump and you kill stuff and like do missions. It's probably much more sophisticated now, right? The Sims for base game is free, so if you ever feel like it, don't tempt me. No. I have regretted so many Sims for expansion pack purchases, and each time the FOMO eventually gets to me. Yeah, that's the thing. Like back when I played the games, like they were for free, you know. And not even like we pirated that much, but like a lot of the games were like included on some like CDs that, well, like for years I actually was buying this computer magazine. There was also a CD with that, with some games on that. So I played a lot of that, so that was even legal. But yeah, and then like online games, they were free. So I don't think I've ever paid for a game either. That's a whole different world. I have thought about getting a Switch for my sabbatical. Well, think about it. Yeah, really think about it. But I mean, if you want to do it, then like that can be what a sabbatical can be for, like to do your interests and oh yeah. Actually, I remember that like in 2020, like a few weeks before the first isolation happened, like I got my wisdom teeth removed. So like for a few days, I was just like in pain and waiting for it to heal a little bit. And I was playing a lot of Icy Tower. Don't know if you know it, but yeah, that's a game that I sometimes played in my 20s. It's a jumping game. Like you jump up the tower. So yeah, uh, that's what I played as an adult to just distract myself. It's very easy. It's very simple. Well, until you fall, but yeah, it's fun. I love it. I haven't played Prince of Persia, but I think it is similar. Although Tomb Raider had all the puzzles as well, to the extent I replayed with the walkthrough to know how to proceed. Okay, yeah. Back then, I also used to like logical games, where you were solving a lot of puzzles. So yeah, that can be fun. Who cares about zero TBRs when you have fun games to play? Yeah, goals to balance, right? But I mean, I have faith in you that you will reach zero TBR and do whatever else you want to do as well. But okay, let's do the next sprint. And it might be last one, I'm not sure. We will see how I feel. But yeah, I want to finish the book. And I think we might do a shorter sprint. Like, well, I have 30 pages, but there might be cringe breaks. But it shouldn't take me more than 40 minutes, right? So we could probably do 40. Also loved when I got Age of Empires and played that again. Okay. I don't really know that, but I assume it's like strategic something. Like when I played Pharaoh, I really didn't like the war bits. Like when you were supposed to fight, that was really boring. I enjoyed building the city and doing nice stuff for the citizens. Cringe breaks. I mean, that's what it is. Like it doesn't happen to me like that often, but yeah, this book is really doing stuff to me. For me, this will be the last sprint. 20 minutes of Sims, then dishes, and heading to bed. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoy your 20 minutes of Sims and have a great night. Strategic. Like build a civilization and survive other civilizations attacking you. Yeah. But all right, let's dive into the sprint. Enjoy whatever you will be doing, and I will talk to you in, well, I said that we were going to do a shorter one, right? So like we were going to do 4 day. Okay, so let's talk to you in 4 day. All right. How was your sprint? I hope it was good. Let's see. When are 20 minutes of Sims ever just 20 minutes, right? That's a very dangerous game that you're playing there, Kitty. I have to go to work tomorrow, unfortunately. Yeah, but even then, like, the willpower it takes to actually end up to 20 minutes. Like sometimes I will ignore the fact that I have to get up early the next day. So if you can do that, that's impressive. Doing the dishes with my audiobook, Blacktop Wasteland. Very nice. Took a shower, now back to work. Wow, you're still able to concentrate? That's also impressive. Like my brain totally turns into mush like after 5 p.m. Page 70 now. Nice, making some good progress. That's very nice. I have finished, or did it finish me? That's the question. Seriously, right? Like what? There was another kind of like big epic. I mean, I'm not going to be talking spoilers, but like when someone doesn't want to talk to you, you know what's a good idea? To go to their workplace and talk to them there where they have to talk to you. Like, isn't this just great? Yeah, I'm clapping. Like, romance books are so amazing these days for me. I don't know what to do. Like maybe either I need to like don't read any romance for like a month, or I could try to reread some of my favorite romances. That could work. Or I could just keep trying and hope that it will be better. But yeah, these books make me feel very cynical about romance in general, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Book mentioned my favorite book origin story, The Origin of Frankenstein. Yeah, still haven't read that, but I probably will this year. I really should read this. This year it needs to happen, and I probably shouldn't wait until October because then I want to read all of the witchy and autumnal stuff, and then it doesn't happen. So I shouldn't put it off. I should just get on with it and do it. My brain turns too much often as well. Today, surprisingly, it's still working. Very nice. Yeah, I would probably, I don't know, I would probably make mistakes, or like things would just be like 10 times more hard to do. But yeah, I'm glad your brain is still working. That's very nice. And yeah, I will probably read like a lot of reviews for this one, see what other people think, and kind of let my thoughts and feelings marinate, because right now I don't really know what to feel. I don't know what to think. I don't know how to rate this, but I'm done with it, which is definitely positive. So the sprints kind of fulfilled their purpose. I finished this book and got some other things done as well. So at least I can move on. Actually, tomorrow I will be moving on to Bride, and I hope this one doesn't disappoint me after the streak of bad luck I had with romance. It's not like I've been giving like horrible ratings to books. Like I read some romance, they were like 4 or 3, but a lot of them I either wasn't super invested, or I downright like couldn't fully root for the romance, which is not good. That is not good in a romance book. But yeah, very interested to see what other people thought. I think it's pretty well loved. Like, I mean, some people don't love Christina Lauren books in general, and I really liked some of their books. So maybe I could also, yeah. The first one I read was like the Josh and Hazel's Guide to Not Dating, and that was years ago, and I gave that 5 stars back then. So I don't know if I want to like reread that, and if I wouldn't be disappointed by that now. I don't know. Read it on a rainy, stormy night to fit the mood of its moment of creation. Amazing. No, you're telling me to read it. Okay. So you were saying that you read it on a rainy, stormy night. Yeah, maybe, but like if I'm waiting for the perfect weather, then it might never happen. But yeah, I remember that I read some books when the weather really matched that. Like either, like when it was a book about spring blooming and I read it in the spring. Or I remember I read like the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, like in October probably or November, and it was so dreary out, and yeah, it also matched that perfectly. So, but yeah, waiting for the perfect moment and perfect weather might not be the best strategy for me when I'm already putting it off. But yeah, if that aligned, that would be so perfect. I completely forgot my laundry, so I have to do that now. Yeah, we didn't remind people about their laundry. I wasn't doing laundry, so it didn't occur to me. Hello, Chantel. How are you doing? We are just wrapping up, but thanks for stopping by. I mean, here there are many rainy nights. Yeah, I don't think we have that many. Yeah, not like super rainy here. Luckily, like the coldest, so I don't also need rain. But all right, it's almost 10 o'clock, so a bit later than we usually go, but I enjoyed it. I mean, debatable on this one, but I enjoyed hanging out with you and finishing this. So, I thought you were wanted to come in to say hello and move the like button. Thank you very much. See you next time. Next time I sprint, which will be next Thursday. Next Thursday again, the same time should be. Thank you for sprinting. Thank you for being here. Good night, everyone. Thanks for sprints. No Spanish class this week, so good join. Amazing. Yeah, it was very nice to see you here. I know you have the class, so yeah. Sometimes I might also sprint, probably like on a Sunday, but I'm not scheduling or not promising that. So if I do that some week, that will be quite impromptu. So yeah, I'm really glad you were able to join. Thank you and good night to everyone as well. And yeah, I will see you next time. Have a great night and bye.